Hello everyone, welcome to Unacademy, India's largest e-learning platform. It's me, Rushikesh Inamdar. In today's session, we'll start NCERTs. Yes, in NCERT marathon session, we'll start with 6th standard NCERT. Yes, social and political life. Yes, friends. Right. It's my pleasure to welcome you all on Unacademy, India's largest e-learning platform, where you will get unlimited live and recorded lectures along with daily live classes. So where you can solve your doubts or you can ask your doubt to our educators. Yes, you will get structured courses, unlimited mock tests. Yes, we 100 plus top educators will guide you throughout the preparation. So please download Unacademy Learning app today and start your preparation. It's me, Rushikesh Inamdar, having experience more than 8 years in the field of guiding UPSC aspirants. You can follow me on Unacademy and you can join our Telegram group using this link. Yes, on our platform, we have 15,000 plus courses where you can choose as per your convenience. Yes, friends, those aspirants are looking for paid courses. We have plus or iconic courses where you can subscribe them and using referral code RBI Life, you will get 10% discount. Yes, friends. So hurry up and subscribe these plus or iconic courses as per your requirement. Yes, these are new batches we have started recently. So you can join 1 year, 2 years or NCERT batches for UPSC preparation. Yes, these are combo courses available on our platform. Yes, again you can use code RBI Live to get 10% discount. Yes, and I'll guide you throughout your preparation. So do not forget to use code RBI Live. Yes, now in today's marathon class, we'll start with social and political life, NCERT of class 6. Yes, friends. Yes, hello everyone. Yes, morning. Right. So हमें सब लोगों को पता है कि एनसीईआरटी जो बेसिक रीडिंग्स है वो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। हम मेंस में आंसर राइटिंग की प्रैक्टिस करें या कोई भी कंसेप्चुअल बात हो तो एनसीईआरटी से सारे कंसेप्ट जो है वो क्लियर हो जाते हैं। तो हमारे यूपीएससी प्रिपरेशन के लिए एनसीईआरटी का बहुत बड़ा रोल है। यस, सो इन टुडेज सेशन विल सी डाइवर्सिटी, understanding diversity and discrimination, then government, key elements of democratic government, then Panchayati Raj, rural administration, urban administration, and after that rural and urban livelihood. Yes, so now we are going to start our session with first unit, that is diversity. Now, understanding diversity. Yes, friends. Now, Here is the story. Like these new NCRTs are amazing stories to understand concepts. Yes. Now, these are the programs for the students for 6th standard. Now, what does diversity add our lives? Yes. Now, yes, friends. Now, in this, we'll start with this story itself. So, there are three children around age drawn the figure above and use empty box to draw. So, these are the activities for students. And then, so what does diversity add to our society? Yes, friends. Which means the variety in the nature of living. Yes, right. Now, if we are talking about food, yes, then home or lifestyle, then clothes, and then languages as well. Yes. So, friend, the diversity in India will start with like India is a country of many diversities. We speak different languages, various types of food. Yes, just give me a moment. Right. So basically, we are we have in our country there are number of diversities. We speak different languages. We have various types of food. Celebrate different festivals. Yes, and we are practicing various religions. Yes, friends. Now, this is the example of the diversity. Right. So, how do we explain the diversity? Right. So, a little more than 200 years ago, long before the train, aeroplane, bus, car became a part of our lives, people traveled from one part to the world to another in ships, horses, on camels, or on feet. Yes, the modes of traveling in a long back era was like, they're using horses, camels, sheep, or feet. Yes. Yes, we'll continue the series. This is the part 1. We are starting with the 6th standard basic NCERT. Yes. And the reason behind the traveling, like searching new lands, new places for settlement. Now, and also, trade is also the reason behind the traveling. Now, yes. So, because it took long to travel, once they got a place, people stay there and often for a long time. So, they are staying to the places. Yes, friends. Here we can say. The people are settling to a particular place during the travel, and there are many others left their homes because they were feminist and drought, and they could not get enough to eat. So the displacement, yes, moving from one place to another. So there are number of reasons for that. Yes. Now, yes. So diversity comes about when people adapt their lives to the geographical area in which they live. So example, living near a sea quite different from living in a mountain. Yes. So earlier, a human being or people began to make their homes in new places. People began to change a little, and other times they managed to do things the old ways. So their language, food, music, religions become a mix of the old and the new. Yes, the melange of old traditions along with new practices. Yes. So it's the and out of this intermixing of culture came something new and different. Yes, so according to old and new cultures, after the mixing of this, there will be a new culture, and the history of many places shows us how many different culture influences have helped to shape life and culture there. So thus regions become very diverse because of their unique histories. Yes. So similarly, diversity also comes about when people adapt their lives to geographical area in which they live. For example, as I as we discussed that living near the sea is quite different from living in a mountain area. Yes. So if we are talking about diversity in our country, then we have many diversities. We speak different languages, have various types of food, celebrate different festivals, practice different religions. But actually, if you think about it, we do many things that are similar, except that we do them different way. Yes, so the explanation of diversity, where yes, so geographical area is also concerned about the lifestyle, we can say, or the traditions. Yes, so not only do people have different clothing and eating habits as per their geographical area, but even the kinds of work they are do different. Yes. Now in cities, if it is often too easy to forget how closely people lives are tied and their physical surroundings. So this because the city people seldom grow their own vegetables and grain. Instead, they depend on the market to buy all the food and other goods that they need. Yes, here is the difference of life, like remote areas and cities. Yes, in cities, the people lives are tied and their physical surroundings. Yes, so in the city, people seldom grow their own vegetables and grains, and they depend on the market to buy all food and other goods that they need. Yes. Now we'll see the factors of historical and geographical influence. Yes, if we are talking about the diversity of a region, so now here is the example. If we'll see the reason of and the we'll observe the lifestyle in Ladakh and the people who residing in Kerala. Yes, yes friends. Now we'll see diversity region of a region influenced by the historical and geographical influence. Yes. Now, if we are talking about Ladakh, yes, I hope many of you have visited this place. Yes, so Ladakh is a desert in the mountains in the east of Jammu and Kashmir. Yes, so very little agriculture is possible here since the region does not receive any rain and is covered in a snow for a large part of the year. Yes, so Ladakh is a desert and the agricultural activity is not possible in this area due to the maximum area is covered in snow for a large part of the year. So there are very few trees can grow in the region. Yes, if we are talking about flora and fauna, so there are very few trees that can grow in the region for drink. Yes, now for drinking water, people depend on the melting snow during the summer months. Yes, in Ladakh, as per the geographical surroundings, the agriculture or agriculture activities are impossible and throughout the year or most part of the year where the area is covered in snow. Yes, and this region does not receive any rain, right? For the purpose of drinking water, the people residing in Ladakh depends on the melting snow during the summer months. Yes, so in this area, the people here keep sheep and goats, and the goats in this region are special because they produce pashmina wool. Yes, the goats. Yes, friends. So the people here keep sheep and goats, and the goats in this region are special because they produce pashmina wool. So if we are talking about the commercial importance of this wool is comparatively, or this is important for the commercial purpose. Yes, so the wool is piece and pashmina shawls cost a lot of money. Yes, the people in Ladakh carefully collect the wool of the goats and sell these traders from Kashmir, and pashmina shawls are chiefly woven in Kashmir. Yes, so the raw material, if we are talking about these pashmina shawls collected from the goats reared in the Ladakh region. Now, The people eat meat and milk products like cheese and butter, and each family owns some goats. Yes, the dependence of or dependency for food on the animals like goat. Even there are cows and York cows. Yes, so being a desert did not mean that Ladakh did not attract its share of traders. Yes, so it was considered a good trade route as it had many passes through which caravans traveled to what is today called Tibet. Yes, so as we know the in geographical importance of Ladakh as well, there are many passes. So the traders use these routes for the tradings. Yes. So these caravans carry textile, spices, raw silk, and carpets. These are the trade products in this area. Yes. Now, the Buddhism reached Tibet via Ladakh, and Ladakh also called Little Tibet. Yes. So, Islam was introduced in this region more than 400 years ago, and there is a significant Muslim population in Ladakh. Yes. So, if we are talking about the diversity, like in Ladakh, people are following Buddhism, and the Islam also introduced in this region more than 400 years ago. Yes, friends. Yes, if we are talking about the variety of religions, so basically Buddhism and Islam, these religions are found or people are following these religions in the territory of Ladakh. So there is a significant Muslim population here, and Ladakh has a very rich oral tradition of songs and poems. Yes, if we are talking about culture, Ladakh has a very rich oral tradition of songs and poems and local versions of Tibetan national epic, the Kesar Saga. Yes, Kesar Saga are performed and sung by both Muslim and Buddhism. Yes, so Kesar Saga are performed by the both religions. It means see how culture and the people are cooperating or they are living together in the variety, or that is the in the diversity of that locality. Yes, now what we have covered, so Ladakh is a desert in the mountains in the east of Jammu and Kashmir. So there is a less agriculture activities due to the limited agriculture activities due to the rainfall, and this region is covered with snow large part of the year. Yes, and there are very few trees can grow in the region. Yes, those people are residing in this area, they are keeping sheep and goats, right? So the traditional usage of pashmina wool in this area, and if we are studying the passes or the routes which displaced in Ladakh or in this area, the routes, like there are number of passes which are used by the traders for the trading purposes. Yes. Now, after that, after Ladakh, we'll see the lifestyle in Kerala. Yes. So, Kerala is a state in the southwest corner of India. Yes. Now, after Ladakh, just give me a moment, friends. Yes, after the Ladakh, we'll see the people residing in Kerala, the differences between these two. Yes. Now, Kerala is a state in the southwest corner of India. It is surrounded by sea on one side and hills on the other. Yes. Now, see the geographical importance, or right. Now, Kerala is a state in the southwest corner of India, and it is surrounded by the sea on one side and hills on the other. So a number of spices like pepper, cloves and cardamoms are grown on the hills. Yes. Yes, friends. So if we are talking about geographical geographical importance of this area, like the state is surrounded with the sea and hills. Yes, and the number of spices like pepper, cloves, and cardamoms are grown on the hills. So it is spices that made this region an attractive place for traders. Yes. Now, Jewish and Arab traders were the first to come here, and the adopts or apostle of Christ, that is Saint Thomas, is believed to have come here nearly 2000 years ago, and he is credited with bringing Christianity to India. Yes. So friends, if we are talking about the early footprints of human beings or people, like the Jewish and Jewish and Arab traders were the first to come here, and the apostle of Christ, Saint Thomas, is believed to have come here nearly 2000 years ago, and he is credited with bringing Christianity to India. Now, many Arab traders also came and settled down here. Yes, Ibn Battuta, who traveled here a little less than 700 years ago. Yes, so wrote a travel review which he describes the lives of Muslims and says that they were highly respected community. The Portuguese covered the sea route to India from Europe. Yes, the Portuguese discovered the sea route to India from Europe when Vasco da Gama landed with his ship here. Yes. Now, because of this, various historical influences, people in the Kerala practice different religions such as Judaism, Islam, Christianity, Hinduism, and Buddhism. So, diversity in the religions found in this locality because these various historical footprints and historical connections with the area of Kerala. Now, the fishing nets used here look exactly like the Chinese fishing nets are called China wala. Yes, even the utensils used for frying is called the China chatti, and it is believed that the word Chin could have come from China. Yes, so the fertile land and climate are suited to growing rice, and majority of people eat rice, fish, and vegetables. Yes, if we are talking about the food in Kerala, so if we are talking about agriculture product, the people residing in Kerala, they growing rice. Yes, the fertile land and climate are suited to growing rice. So mostly the people in this area eat rice, fish, and vegetables. Now, if we'll compare the Kerala and Ladakh in terms of their geographical features, the history of both regions, yes, has seen similar culture influences, but both regions were influenced by Chinese and Arab traders. Yes, so it was the geography of Kerala which allowed for the cultivation of spices, and the spatial geographical locations of Ladakh and its wool that drew traders to these regions. Yes, if we are talking about Kerala, which is the rich in spices, and Ladakh is famous for wool. So traders attract to do commercial activities in these things. Yes. Thus, history and geography are often tied in cultural life of a region. Yes. So if we can say, thus history and geography are often tied in cultural life of a region. Now, the influence of diverse culture is not merely a thing of a past. Our present lives are all about moving from one place to place for work, and with each move our culture, traditions, and way of life slowly become part of the new place we are in. Yes. Now, so this is the influence on the culture. Yes, so we live close to people from several communities. Our daily lives are about the ways in which we do things together and hear stories about each other's lives, customs, and traditions. Yes, we can say the influence of diverse culture is not merely thing of the past. Our present lives are all about moving from one place to another place for work, and with each move our culture and tradition and way of life slowly become part of the new place we are in. Like similarly in our own neighborhoods, We live close to people from several communities, different traditions and customs. Yes. Now, after that, we'll see unity in diversity. Yes, friends. So, friends, now we'll see unity in diversity. Yes, India's diversity has always been recognized as a source of its strength. When British ruled India, women and men from different culture, religious and regional backgrounds came together to oppose them. Yes, right. As we know, British ruled India, and in the independence movement, yes, in independence movement, the people from different communities and different culture came together to fight against Britishers in the independence movement. Yes, India's freedom movement had thousands of people of different backgrounds in it, and they worked together to decide joint actions. They went to jail together and they found different ways to oppose the British. Yes, interestingly, the British thought they could divide Indians because they were so different and then continue to rule them. But the people showed how they could be different and yet be united in their battle against the British. Yes, if we are talking about unity in diversity, which is have historical references in our country. Now, yes, yes, this is the also don't forget the days of blood. This song was sung after the Jallianwala Bagh massacre in Amritsar. So, in which a British general opened fire on a large group of unarmed, peaceful people, killing many and wounding even more. Yes, yes. So, the friends, you can see this song in the NCERT book. Whenever you have free time, you can just read this song. Now, men in this Jallianwala massacre, the men and women, Hindus, Sikhs, and Muslims, rich and poor, had gathered to protest against the British. Now, this song was composed and sung to honor the memory of those brave people. Yes, songs and symbols that emerged during the freedom struggle serve as a constant reminder of our country's rich tradition and respect for diversity. Yes, so we can see the songs and symbols that emerged during the freedom struggle serve as a constant reminder of our country's rich tradition of respect for diversity. Yes. Now, here is the one reference with the book of The Discovery of India. Jawaharlal Nehru says that Indian unity is not something imposed from the outside, but rather it was something deeper and within its fold. The widest tolerance of belief and custom was practiced, and every variety acknowledged and even encouraged. So, it was Nehru who coined the phrase unity in diversity to describe the country. Yes, friends. So, here we can just see. Yes. So, the discovery of India, Jawaharlal Nehru says that Indian unity is not something imposed from the outside, but rather it was something deeper and within its fold. The widest tolerance of belief and custom was practiced, and every variety acknowledged and even encouraged. Yes, it is Nehru who coined the phrase unity in diversity to describe the country. Yes, friends. Now, India's national anthem, composed by Rabindranath Tagore, and is another expression of unity of India. Yes, our national anthem is another expression of the unity of India. Now, yes, friends. So, with the examples of Ladakh and Kerala, we have studied about diversity. So, understanding diversity in our country. Yes, friends. Yes, just give me a moment, please. Now, after this chapter, we'll start. Next, after the understanding diversity, now we'll see diversity and discrimination. Yes, friends. So, diversity and discrimination. Yes, there are many things that make us what we are, how we live, the languages we speak, and what we eat. Yes. Now we'll see difference and prejudice. Yes, friends. Yes. Now after the information related with the diversity, now we'll see the diversity and discrimination. So in last previous chapter we have studied about meaning of diversity. Yes. Now, yes, we'll start diversity and discrimination. So there are many things that there are many things that make there are many things that makes us what we are. Yes, in our personality or human beings personality, the external factors and where we are, which means where we live or how we live, the languages we speak, what we eat, where, and the games we play, and the things we celebrate. Yes, all of these are influenced both by geography and history of the people where we live. Yes. So you'll get an idea how diverse India if you look even briefly at the statement like there are 8 major religions in the world. Every single one of them is practiced in India. Yes. We have more than 1600 languages that are people's mother tongues, and there are more than 100 dance forms. Yes, so this diversity is not always celebrated. So this is because we feel safe and secure with people who look, talk, dress, and think like us. Yes. Now, sometimes when we meet people who are very from us, we may find them strange and unfamiliar. Yes, at, at times we may not understand or know the reasons why they are different from us. People also from certain attitudes and opinions about others who are not like them. Yes, the difference and prejudice. If we are talking about there are 8 major religions in the world, and each single one of them is practiced in India, and we have more than 1600 languages that are people's mother tongues, and there are more than 100 dance forms. Yes. Now, after that, this is the difference in which society, I mean to say in our country, we have a lot of different culture, different customs and rituals we are following. Now, prejudice. So some of these statements see villages as, yes. So some of these statements, now I'm just repeating the statements. Sometimes when we meet people who are very different from us, we may find them strange and unfamiliar. At times, we may not understand or know the reasons why they are different from us. People also form certain attitude and opinions about others who are not like them. Yes, some of these statements see villagers as ignorant and see people in cities as money minded and lazy. So, when our opinions about certain people are always negative, seeing them as lazy, stingy, as some of these statements, then this becomes prejudices that we carry about them. Yes, now we'll understand prejudice. Yes, prejudice means to judge other people negatively or see them as inferior. Yes, when we think that only one particular way is the best and right way to do things, we often end up not respecting others and who may prefer to do things differently. For example, if we think English is the best language and other languages are not important, then we are judging these other languages negatively. Yes, so as a result, we might not respect people who speak language other than English. Yes, so prejudice means to judge other people negatively or see them as inferior. Yes, so here the example. Just give me a moment, guys, please. Now, we'll see the prejudice. Now, just I'm repeating. Prejudice means to judge other people negatively or see them as inferior. When we think that only one particular way is the best and right way to do things, we often end up not respecting others and who may prefer to do things differently. For example, if we think English is the best language and other languages are not important, it means we might not respect people who speak language other than English. Yes, we can be prejudiced about many things. People's religious belief, the color of their skin, the region they come from, the accent they speak in, the clothes they wear, etc. Yes, we prejudice about many things like people's religion, belief, the color of the skin, the religion they come from, the accent they speak in, and the clothes they wear, etc. So often our prejudices about others are so strong that we don't want to form friendship with them. At a times, we may even act in ways that hurt them. Yes. Now, creating stereotypes. Yes, friends, we are studying diversity and discrimination. So, where we have covered the difference and prejudice. So, prejudice means to judge other people negatively or see them as an inferior. Yes. Now, creating stereotypes. Yes. So, all of us are familiar with gender differences. So, what does it mean to be a boy or a girl? Yes, many of you would say We are born as a boys and girls, and it is a given. What is there to think about? Yes. So, if we take statements, yes, friends, if we take statement, they don't cry, you will see this is quality that is generally associated with boys and men. As a babies or children, when boys fall, yes. Now we are studying creating stereotypes. Now, if we take the statements like they don't cry, you will see that this is a quality that is generally associated with boys and men. So, as babies or children, when boys fall and hurt themselves, their parents and other family members often console them by saying, "Don't cry, you are a boy. Boys are brave, they don't cry." So, as children grow up, they start believing that boys do not cry, so that even if a boy feels like crying, he stops himself from doing so. So, he also believes that crying is a sign of weakness. So, even though both boys and girls sometimes want to cry, especially if they are angry or yes, angry or in pain, right? So, as they grow older, boys learn or teach themselves not to cry. And if a grown boy cries, then he feels that others will either tease him or laugh at him. So he stops himself from doing so in front of others. Yes, this is a small example we are observing in our society. Yes. Now, this is the way boys and this is how girls are. So these are the statements we hear constantly and accept without even thinking. And we start believing that each one of us must behave accordingly. So we fit all boys and all girls into an image that society creates around us. Yes. So the creating stereotypes. This is the example. Yes, here we'll see few pictographics. Yes, people say sort of things. You look so different. Is her mind okay? Yes. Now, when we fix people into one image, we create stereotype. Yes, when we fix people into one image, we create a stereotype. So when people say that those who belong to a particular country, religion, sex, race, or economic background are stingy, lazy, criminal, or dumb. So they are using stereotypes. Yes, there are stingy and generous people everywhere. in every country, in every religion, in every group, whether rich or poor. Yes, in all, also male or female. So, and just because some people are like that, it is not fair to think that everyone will be the same. Yes, stereotypes stop us from looking at each person as a unique individual with his or her own special qualities and skills that are different from others. Yes, so stereotypes stop us from looking at each person as a unique individual with his or her own special qualities and skills that are different from others. They fit large number of people into only one pattern or types. Stereotypes affect all of us as they prevent us from doing certain things and that we might otherwise be good at. Yes, as we know, we can say we are just we fix people into one image and we create a stereotype. Yes. For example, friends, we are just observing in our society if a person belonging to a particular country, state, or religion, race, or any economic background. So the people are so it's stereotypes like people are just making them comments like they are stingy, dumb, and they are using these stereotypes. So there are stingy and generous people everywhere in every country, in every religion. So in every group, whether rich or poor, male or female. Yes. Now, here just we can conclude the creating stereotypes. The result of creating stereotypes like stereotypes stop us from looking at each person as a unique individual and with his or her own special qualities. Then, yes, special qualities and skills, yes, that are different from others and they fit large number of people into only one pattern or type, that is stereotype. The stereotypes affect all of us and they prevent from doing certain things that we might otherwise be good at. So here, if we are looking any person on only us one angle, then which the stereotype angle, where we are not able to recognize him with his skills or his good character or his strengths, right? So in after that we'll see inequality or discrimination. So discrimination happens when people act on their prejudices or stereotypes. Yes. Now, yes, discrimination happens when people act on their prejudices or stereotypes. Yes, so discrimination happens when people act on their prejudices or stereotypes. Yes, if you do something to put other people down, if you stop them from taking part in certain activities and taking up jobs, or stop them from living in certain neighborhoods, prevent them from taking water from the same well or hand pump, or not allow them to drink tea in the same cups or glasses as others, you are discriminating against them. Yes. Yes, friends, as we know, in the past, such type of discrimination observed in the society. Now, discrimination can take place because of several reasons. So, you probably recall from the yes. Now, for example, the discrimination can take place because of several reasons. So, like the diversity also diversity can also be a source of discrimination. Groups of people who may speak a certain language, follow a particular religion, or live in specific regions, etc., may be discriminated against as their custom and practices may be seen as inferior. Yes, friends. So discrimination can be take place because of several reasons, like different religions, different languages, then they belongs to specific regions. Yes. Now, another difference between that is their financial background. Yes. Now, yes, friend. So, on the basis of another difference between like the form of discrimination is economic background. Yes. Yes, the major factor for the discrimination is economic background, like poor or rich. So, People who are poor do not have resources or the money to meet their basic needs of food, clothing, and shelter. The experience discrimination in offices, in hospitals, schools, and they are experience discrimination in offices, in hospitals, schools, and other public places. Now, where they are treated badly because they are poor. So the economic background is also one of the factor for the discrimination. Now, some people may experience both kinds of discrimination. So they are poor and they are belong to a groups whose culture is not valued, like the tribals, some religious groups, and even particular regions are discriminated against for one or more of these reasons. Yes. Now, in the following section, we will look at how a famous Indian was discriminated against, and this will help us understand the ways in which caste was used to discriminate against large number of people. Now, on being discriminated against, so people are engaged in different kinds of work like teaching, carpentry, pottery, weaving, fishing, farming, etc. So to earn a livelihood, yes, to earn a livelihood, people are depending or people are engaged in different kinds of work. So, however, certain kinds of work are valued more than others. So, activities like cleaning, washing, cutting hair, picking garbage are seen a task that are of less value, and people who do this work are seen as dirty or impure. So, this belief is an important aspect of the caste system. In the caste system, communities or groups of people were placed in a sort of ladder where each caste was either above or below the other. So those who placed themselves at the top of the ladder called themselves upper caste. Yes. Now, and saw themselves as a superior, and the groups who were placed at the bottom of the ladder were seen as unworthy and called untouchables. Yes. Now, caste rules were set which did not allow the so-called untouchables and to take on work other than what they were meant to do. Yes, for example, some groups were forced to pick garbage and remove dead animals from the village, but they were not allowed to enter the homes of the upper castes or take water from the village well or even enter temples. So, their children could not sit next to children of other castes in school, and thus upper caste acted in ways which did not give the so-called untouchables the same rights as they enjoyed. Yes, yes. See a small example related with this discrimination. Yes, see the form of discrimination. Yes, where being made to sit separately in the classroom because of one's background and form of discrimination. Yes. So, now, the upper caste acted in ways which did not give the so-called untouchables as the same rights as they enjoyed. Now, Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar, one of the greatest leaders of India, shares his first experience of caste-based discrimination which took place in 1901 when he was just 9 years old and he had gone with his brothers and cousins to meet his father in Koregaon, which is now in Maharashtra. Yes, this is the small example given in the NCERT. Just you can read this example. Now, we were well-dressed children from our dress or talk to one could make out of with children the untouchables. Indeed, station master was quite sure. Yes, friend, you can just read this story given in the NCERT, new NCERT class 6. Now, we're moving towards next. So this story happened with Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar, which is given in the 2 pages. So just you can read this story. Now, imagine how difficult it would be. People could not move easily from one place to other, and how insulting and hurtful it is to have people move away, refuse to touch you, or to allow you to drink water from the same source they do. Yes, the small incidents show a simple task of going from one place to another in a cart was not available to the children even though they could pay the money. So all the cartmen at this station refused to take children. They acted a discriminatory manner. So you can read this story. So in this story, like the story shows us, caste-based discrimination is not only limited to preventing Dalits from undertaking certain economic activities, but it is also denies them the respect and dignity given to others. Yes, so it's a time taken and you can just read when you have idle time the story right now. We'll see striving for equality. Yes, the struggle for freedom from British rule also included within it the struggle of large groups of people who not only fought against the British but also fought to be treated more equally. Yes, the struggle for freedom from British rule also included within it the struggle of large groups of people who not only fought against the British but also fought to treat it more equally. So Dalits, women, tribals, and peasants fought against the inequalities they experienced in their lives. Yes. Yes, so Dalits, women, tribals, and peasants fought against the inequalities they experienced in their lives. Yes, As pointed out earlier, many Dalits organized themselves to gain entry into temples. Women demanded that they should have a right to education as main deed. Peasant and tribal fought to release themselves from the grasp of moneylender and the high interest they were charged. So, when India became a nation in 1947, our leaders too were concerned about the different kinds of inequalities that is existed. Those who wrote the Constitution of India, a document that laid out of rules by which the nation would function, were aware of the ways in which, yes, the way in which discrimination had been practiced in our society and how people had struggled against this. Many leaders of these struggles, such as Dr. Ambedkar, had also fought for the rights of Dalits. Yes, now, so these leaders set out a vision and goals in the constitution to ensure that all the people of India were considered equal. Yes. Now, this equality of all persons is seen as a key value that unites us all as Indians, and everyone has equal rights and opportunities. Yes, untouchability is seen as a crime and has been legally abolished by law. Yes, untouchability is seen as a crime and has been legally abolished by law. So, people are from to choose the kind of work they wish to do. Government jobs are open to all people. In addition, the constitution also placed responsibility on the government to taking specific steps to realize this right to equality for poor and other such marginal communities. Yes, in this pictures, the first picture where women at rally demanding their rights. Now, the writers of the constitution also said that respect for diversity was significant element in ensuring equality. They felt that people must have the freedom to follow their religion, speak their language, celebrate their festivals, and express themselves freely. Yes, so they said that no one language, religion, or festival should become compulsory for all to follow. Yes, they said that the government must treat all religions equally. Yes. Now, therefore, India become a secular country where people from different religions and faiths have the freedom to practice and follow the religion without any fear of discrimination, and this is seen as an important element of our unity, that we all live together and respect one order. Yes. So friends, see the picture where women at rally demanding their rights. Yes, equality of all persons is seen as the key value that unites us all as Indians, and everyone has equal rights and opportunities. And in our constitution, like untouchability is seen as a crime and has been legally abolished by law. Yes, people are free to choose the kind of work they wish to do. Yes, then writers of our constitution mentioned the equality principle in our constitution? Yes. The government must treat all religions equally, and therefore India become a secular country. Yes, now in second picture, some of the members who wrote the Constitution of India. Yes. Now, so India become a secular country where people of different religions and faiths have freedom to practice and follow their religion without any fear or discrimination. Now, this is seen as an important element of our unity, that we all live together and respect one another. Right. So though these ideals are ancient in our constitution, so this chapter point out that inequalities exist even today, and equality is a value that we have to keep striving for, and not something which will happen automatically. So people struggle and positive action by the government are necessary to make this reality for all Indians. Yes. Yes, friends. Yes. So, see, the first page of Constitution that clearly state that all Indians are entitled to equality of status and opportunity. Yes, these ideals are ancient in our Constitution. Yes, equality is a value that we have to keep striving for, and not something which will happen automatically. So, people's struggles and positive actions by the government are necessary to make this a reality for all Indians. Yes. Yes, friends. Now, yes. Now, friends, we have covered first unit, that is diversity. We have covered understanding diversity with the example of Ladakh and Kerala. Yes. Then, how songs and symbols that emerged during the freedom struggle serve as a constant reminder for our country's rich tradition of respect for diversity. Then we have covered diversity and discrimination, where we have studied about prejudice, then stereotypes, yes, inequality and discriminations or discrimination, then striving for equality. with the examples. Yes. Now we'll start government. Yes, friends. What is government? As we have heard or we are using this word a number of times. Yes, government sought to protect rights or unorganized workers. Detailed plan to tackle floods soon, says government. So every country needs a government to make decisions and get things done. Yes, every country needs a government to make decisions and get things done. So these can be decisions about where to build roads and schools, or how to reduce the price of onions when they get too expensive, or ways to increase the supply of electricity. Yes, so why we need government, and every country or nation needs a government to make decisions and get things done. Yes, like, so these decisions, or these can be decision about where to build roads and schools, or how to reduce the prices of onions when they get too expensive, or ways to increase the supply of electricity. The government also takes action on many social issues. For example, it has several programs to help poor. It does other important things such as running postal and railway services. Yes, the role of government and why we need government. So, to facilitate with these basic needs, we need government. Yes. Now, the government also has the job of protecting the boundaries of the country and maintaining peaceful relations with other countries. Yes. Now, it is responsible for ensuring that all its citizens have enough to eat and have good health facilities. When there are natural disasters like the tsunami or an earthquake, it is the government that mainly organizes aid and assistance for the affected people. If there is a dispute, or if someone has committed a crime, you find people in a court. Courts are also part of the government. Yes. Now, perhaps you are working how governments manage to do all things. Yes, perhaps you are wondering how governments manage to do all things and why it is necessary for them to do so. When human beings, sorry, yes, when human beings live and work together, there needs to be some amount of organization so that decision can be made. Yes, some rules have to be made that apply to everyone. For example, there is a need to control resources and protect the territory of a country, so people can feel secure, and governments do this on behalf of their people by exercising leadership, taking decisions, and implementing these among all the people living in their territory. Yes, friends, we are covering NCERT page by page, where today we started with the 6th class NCERT. Yes, where we are studying social and political life. Now, after this, we'll see the level of governments. Yes, now that you know what the government is responsible for, so many different things. Yes, the government is responsible for so many things, or so many different things. Can you think how it manages to all this? The government works at different levels, at the local level, at the level of the state, and the national level. So the local level means in your village, town, or locality, and the state level would mean that which covers an entire state like Haryana, Assam, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, and the national level relates to the entire country. Yes. Now, in this book itself, we'll cover how local government functions and yes, right. Now, see the map of our India. Before that, this is the introduction regarding what is the government. So government is working on different fronts like local, state and national level, and government is managing things with the participation of leaders, people like yes. Yes, administrative divisions. Just have a look. So guys, we are covering NCERT from basic. So after the completion of this series, you no need to again read the NCERT. We just have to do revision. Yes. Now administrative divisions by 2011 census. Yes. Now, laws and the government. Yes, friends. The government makes laws and the government makes laws and everyone who lives in the country has to follow this. So this is the only way governments can function. So just like the government has the power to make decisions, similarly it has the power to enforce its decisions. Yes. Now, similarly, it has the power to enforce its decisions. For example, there is a law that says that all persons driving a motor vehicle must have a license. So, any person caught driving a vehicle without a license can either be jailed or fined a large sum of money. So without this laws, the government's power to make decisions is not of much use. Yes. So in addition to any action that governments can take, there are also steps that people can take if they feel that a particular law is not being followed. Yes, if a person feels, for example, that they were not hired for a job because of their religion or caste, he or she may approach the court and claim that the law is not being followed. Yes, the court can then give orders about what should be done. Yes, the laws and the government. So, government makes laws and also ensure the enforcement of these laws. Then, types of government. Types of government. So, who gives the government this power to make decision and enforce laws? Yes, now we'll see. The answer is to this question depends on the type of government there is in a country. Yes. So it is the people who give the governments this power. Like they do this through elections in which they vote for, excuse me. Yes. Now, it is the people who give the governments this power to make decisions and enforce laws. So they do this through elections in which they vote for particular persons and elect them. Right. Once elected, these persons form the government, and in a democracy, the government has to explain its actions and defend its decisions to the people. Yes. Now, people vote for particular persons and elect them. Once elected, these persons form the government. In a democracy, the government has to explain its action and defend its decision to the people. Now, another form of government is monarchy. So, the monarch has the power to make decisions and run the government. The monarchy may have a small group of people to discuss matters with, but the final decision making power remains with the monarch. So, unlike in democracy, kings and queens do not have explain their actions or defend the decisions they take. Yes. So, this is the basic difference between a democracy and monarchy. Now, yes, democratic governments. After that, we'll see democratic governments. Yes, friends. Now, democratic governments. India is a democracy. Democratic governments. India is a democracy. This achievement is the result of a long and eventful struggle of the Indian people. Yes. Just give me a moment, guys. Yes, friends. Now, democratic governments. So, India is a democracy. So, this achievement is the result of a long and eventful struggle of the Indian people. There other there are other places in the world where people have also struggled to have democracies. Yes. Yes. Now, as we know that the main feature of a democracy is that the people have the power to elect their leaders, so in a sense a democracy is ruled by the people. So the basic idea is that, yes friends, so we know that the main feature of a democracy is that the people have the power to elect their leaders. So in a sense, a democracy is ruled by the people. The basic idea is the people rule themselves by participating in making of these rules. Yes. Now, democratic governments in our times are usually referred to as representative democracies. In representative democracies, people do not participate directly but instead choose their representative through an election process. Yes. Now, these representatives meet and make decisions for the entire population. So, these days, a government cannot call itself democratic unless it allows what is known as universal adult franchise. So, this means that all adults in the country are allowed to vote. Yes. Yes, friends. Just give me a moment, please. Now, yes. So, friends, just give me a moment. There is some technical support needed. Yes, democratic governments. So, friends, what we have covered types of governments, that is major two types, that is one is democracy and another one is monarchy. Yes, right. Now, democratic governments. India is a democracy. This achievement is the result of a long and eventful struggle of the Indian people. So there are other places in the world where people have also struggled to have a democracies. So you now know that the main feature of democracy is that the people have the power to elect their leaders. Yes, so in a sense, a democracy is ruled by the people, and the basic idea is that people rule themselves by participating in making of these rules. Yes, democratic governments in our times are usually referred to as, representative democracies, and in representative democracies people do not participate directly but instead choose their representatives through an election process. So these representatives meet and make decisions for the entire population. So these days the government cannot call itself democratic unless it allows. Yes, these days a government cannot call itself democratic unless it allows what is known as universal adult franchise. So this means that all adults in the country are allowed to vote. So but it was not always like that. Can you believe that there was a time when governments did not allow women and the poor to participate in elections. Yes, in the in their earliest forms, governments allowed only men who owned property and were educated to vote. Yes, this this meant the woman, the poor, and the propertyless and the uneducated were not allowed to vote. The country was governed by the rules and regulations of these few men made. Yes, in India, before independence, only a small minority was allowed to vote, and they therefore came together to determine the fate of the majority. Like several peoples, including Gandhiji, were shocked at the unfairness of this practice and demanded that all adults have the right to vote. This is known as universal adult franchise. Yes. Now, writing the journal Young India in 1931, Gandhiji said, I cannot possibly bear the idea that a man who has got wealth should have the vote, but that a man who has got character but no wealth or literacy should have no vote. So, or that a man who works honestly by the sweat of his brow, broad day in and day out should not have the vote for the crime of being a poor man. Yes. So the situation of that period was described in the journal Young India in 1931. Yes, these are the few criterias decided by Britishers to participating in the elections. Now, yes, now we are just summarizing what we have studied in this chapter. So, what is government? So, or why needs a government? Like every country needs a government to make decisions and get things done. Yes. Then we have covered levels of government, laws and the government, then types of government like democracy or monarchy, then democratic governments we have studied. Yes, after that, now we'll see key elements of a democratic government. Yes, key elements of democratic government. So now we'll see key elements that influence the working of a democratic government. This includes people's participation and the resolution of conflict and equality and justice. Yes. So, South Africa is a country that has people of several races, Yes, friends. Just give me a moment. Yes, now we'll see key elements of a democratic government. Now, South Africa is a country that has people of several races. So there are black people who belong to South Africa, whites who came there to settle, and Indians who came as laborers and traders. Yes. Now, then there is one story given in the this book. Yes, the African National Congress, a group of people who led the struggle against apartheid, and their most well-known leaders, Nelson Mandela, fought the apartheid system for several years. Finally, they succeed, and in 1994, South Africa became a democratic country in which people of all races were considered equal. Yes. Now we'll see what a democratic government means to all of us. Yes, participation. Yes, why we why do we have regular elections? We have already read in the previous chapter that people make the decisions in a democracy, though voting in elections, people elect leaders to represent them, and these representatives take decisions on behalf of the people. Yes, in doing so, it is assumed that they will keep in mind the voices and interests of the people. Yes. Now, all governments are elected for fixed periods. In India, this period is 5 years. Now, once elected, governments can stay in power only for that period. If they want to continue to be in power, then they have to be re-elected by the people, and this is a movement when people can sense their power in a democracy. So, in this way, the power of the government gets limited by regular actions. Yes. Then other ways of participating. Elections are usually held once in 5 years. Besides, voting there. Yes. Other ways to participating. Now, elections are usually held once in 5 years. Besides voting, there are other ways of participating in the process of government. Right? People participate by taking an interest in the working of the government and by criticizing it when required. So, now example, in August 2005, when a particular government increased the money people had to pay for the electricity. Now, people expressed their disapproval very sharply. They took out rallies and also organized signature campaign, and the government tried to explain and defend its decision, but finally listened to the people's opinion and withdraw the increase. Yes, the government had to change its decision because it is responsible to the people. Yes, there are many ways in which people express their views and make governments understand what actions they should take. Yes, these include dharnas, rallies, strikes, signature campaigns, etc. So, things that are unfair and unjust are also brought forward, like newspapers, magazines, and TV also play a role in discussing government issues and responsibilities. Yes, while it is true that a government allows people to participate, it is also true that not all sections of people are actually able to do so. Another way for the people to participate is by organizing themselves into social movements that seeks to challenge the government and its functioning. Members of the minority community, Dalits, Adivasis, women, and others are often able to participate in this manner. Yes, if a country, yes, if a country's people are alert, yes, there are many ways in which people express their views and make governments understand what actions they should take. This includes dharnas, rallies, strikes, signature campaigns, etc. Yes, things that are unfair and unjust, they are also brought forward. Now, in this all process, newspapers, magazines, and TV also play a role in discussing government issues and responsibilities. Now, while it is true that a democracy allows people to participate, it is also true that not all sections of people are actually able to do so. Another way for people to participate by organizing themselves into social movements that seek to challenge the government and its functioning, like members of the minority community, Dalits, Adivasis, women, and others are often able to participate in this manner. Now, if country's people are alert and interested in how the country is run, the democratic character of the government of that country will be stronger. Yes, if a country's people are alert and interested in how the country is run, then the democratic character of the government of that country will be stronger. Now, so the next time we'll see a rally winding through a streets of our cities and towns or villages, we should pause to find what the rally is about, who is participating in it, and what they are protesting about. This will help to give us a scene of how our government works. Now, need to resolve conflict. So, conflicts occur when people of different cultures, religions, regions, or economic backgrounds do not get along with each other, or when some among them feel they are being discriminated against. Yes, people may use violent means to settle their differences. So, this leads to fear and tensions among others living in an area. So, the government is responsible for helping to resolve conflicts. Yes. So, there are many ways in which people express their views to make governments understand what actions they should take. Yes. Now, yes, now we'll see the continuation of. Yes, friends. Now, we'll, yes, after this, we'll continue like religious processions and celebrations can sometimes lead to conflicts. For example, the route a procession takes may lead to conflict. The government, particularly, yeah, lead to a conflict. So, the government, particularly the police, play an important role in the getting representatives of concerned communities to meet and try and arrive at a solution. Yes, at times there is fear that violence may erupt with people throwing stones or trying to disrupt the procession. So, the police is responsible for ensuring the violence does not take place. Yes, as we know, if we are talking about maintaining law and order in society, yes, yes. So, key elements of a democratic government where we are studying participation. So, we have covered what do we have regular elections. Yes. Then in India, we have like governments are elected for fixed periods, and in India, this period is 5 years. Yes, and then we have covered other ways to participating. Elections are usually held once in 5 years. Beside that, people can participate through different ways like yes, so there are many ways which people express their views, like they should take actions like dharnas, rallies, strikes, signature campaigns, etc. So things that are unfair and unjust are also brought forward. So newspapers, magazines and TV also play an important role to discuss the rule issues of the society. Now we covered need to resolve conflict. Yes. So conflicts occur when people of different culture, religions, regions or economic background do not get along with each other. Yes. Now, now we'll see. We have read about the type of or some of the conflicts in our society and the role of the government resolving them. Yes, where the religious procession and the celebration can sometimes lead to conflict. So police will play important role to settle down issue and maintain law and order in the society. Now, after that, rivers too can become a source of conflict between states. Yes, if we are talking about conflict, like when people of different culture, religions, regions or economic background do not get along with each other, then this conflict arises. Now, religious processions and celebrations we have studied the example. Then after that, river too can become a source of conflict between states. Yes, a river may begin in one state, flow through another, and end in a third. The sharing of river water between different states that the river goes through is becoming an issue of conflict. For example, you may have heard about the Kaveri water dispute between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. The water stored in Krishna Raja Sagar Dam in Karnataka is used for irrigating a number of districts and for meeting the needs of the city of Bangalore. The water stored in Mettur Dam in Tamil Nadu is used for crops grown in the delta region of that state. Now, a conflict arises because both dams are on the same river. So, the downstream dam in Tamil Nadu can only be filled up if water is released from the upstream one located in Karnataka. So, therefore, both states can't get as much water as they need for people in their states. So, this leads to conflict, and the central government has to step in and see that a fair distribution is worked out for both states. Yes, yes, need to resolve conflict. Like if we are talking about in society, there are the conflicts when people of different cultures, regions, religions, or economic background do not get along with each other. Yes, and there is another type of conflict between the states like rivers, the conflict for using water of the rivers. Yes, so the constitution lays down the basic rules or laws that have to followed by everyone. So these laws are for both the government and the people. Conflicts and differences have to be resolved according to these laws. We will read more about. Yes, the Indian Constitution lays down the basic rules or laws that have to be followed by everyone. Now, these laws are for both the government and the people. Conflicts and differences have to be resolved according to these laws. Now, after that, we'll see equality and justice. Yes, one of the key ideas of a democratic government is its commitment to equality and justice. So, equality and justice are inseparable. Yes. Now, sorry. Yes, the earlier practice of untouchability is now banned by law. So, this group of people were denied education, transport, or medical facility, and even the chance to offer prayers. Yes, so are like as we have discussed, or the story included in previous chapter. So, Dr. Ambedkar is also faced this, or he also faced this discrimination. Yes, now, so practice of untouchability must not continue, and that justice can only be achieved when people are treated equally. So the government also recognizes this and make special provisions for groups within society that are unequal. For instance, in our society, there is a general tendency to value and care for the boy child more than the girl child. Yes, so this is also example of discrimination. This means the society does not value the girl and boy child equally, and this is unjust. Yes, in this context, the government steps in to promote justice by providing special provisions that can enable girls to overcome the injustice that they are subjected to. So, thus it is possible that fees for girls might be waived or lowered in the government schools or colleges. Yes. So, equality and justice. So, basically, equality and justice are inseparable. Now, yes, so in this key elements of democratic government, what we have studied is key elements that influence the working of a democratic government: the people's participation and the resolution of conflict and equality and justice. Yes, first is people's participation. Second is resolution of conflict, and third is equality and justice. Yes, friends. So in this chapter, we have covered key elements of a democratic government, that is people's participation, resolution of conflict, and equality and justice. Now, in people's participation, we have discussed the ways of participation, like in elections, and after that, after also, there is types of participation like dharnas, rallies, strikes, signature campaigns, etc. After that, we studied need to resolve conflict. Yes, in resolution of conflict, we have studied the one example when the conflict arises, and normally in our society, we have studied the example of processions and celebrations, and role of police to resolving or settle down these conflicts. Then another example of conflict, that is between two states on the water distribution of rivers. And then we have studied equality and justice. Yes, for example, in our society, there is discrimination to the certain classes, and also common discrimination like in gender. So equality and justice we have covered. Now, after the key elements of democratic government, we'll moving towards local government and administration. Yes. Now we'll start Panchayati Raj. Yes, friends. Next chapter is Panchayati Raj. Right. So anyone can tell me. Yes. Now, as we know, as everyone is aware about, the participation of the people in the government. So the Gram Sabha is a meeting of all adults who live in the area. Yes, the Gram Sabha is a meeting of all adults who live in the area covered by a panchayat. So this could be only one village or a few villages. In some states, as in the example above, a village meeting is held for each. Yes, friends. Now, in this chapter, we'll see after the elections, or after people elect their representative, what happens. Yes, how are decisions made? And let's look at how this takes place in rural areas. Here we'll look at the Gram Sabha, which is meeting where people directly participate and seek answers from their elected representatives. Yes. So the Gram Sabha is a meeting of all adults who live in the area covered by panchayat. So this could be only one village or a few villages. So in some states, as in the example above, a village meeting is held for each village. So anyone who is 18 years old or more and who has the right to vote is member of the Gram Sabha. Yes. Now, Gram Sabha is a meeting of all adults who live in the area covered by a panchayat, and this could be only one village or a few villages, that is group of villages. Like in some states, as in the example above, a village meeting is held for each village and anyone who is 18 years old or more and who has the right to vote is member of the Gram Sabha. Yes. So the Gram Sabha meetings, begins with the Panchayat president, who is also called the Sarpanch, and the members of the Panchayat, the Panch. So presenting a plan on repairing the road that connects the village to main highway, and after this the discussion moves to the subject of water and water shortages. Yes. Now a villager, this is now story. So here we'll see every village panchayat is divided into wards, that is smaller areas. Each ward elects a representative who is known as the ward member or panch. All the members of the Gram Sabha who also elect a Sarpanch, who is all the members of the Gram Sabha also elects a Sarpanch, who is the Panchayat president, and the ward Panch and the Sarpanch form the Gram Panchayat. Yes, the Gram Panchayat is elected for 5 years. The Gram Panchayat has a secretary who is also the secretary of the Gram Sabha. So this person is not an elected person but is appointed by the government. So the secretary is responsible for calling the meeting of the Gram Sabha and Gram Panchayat and keeping a record of the proceedings. Yes. Yes, here we covered the village panchayat divides into wards, and wards represented by punch or ward member. Yes, friends, we are covering NCERT in detail, page by page. Yes. Now, and in some states, these ward members elect their leader, that is Sarpanch. Now, so Gram Sabha is a meeting of all adults Yes, Gram Sabha is a meeting of all adults and who is 18 years old or more and who has the right to vote is a member of the Gram Sabha. Now next, we have covered the village panchayat and its composition. Yes, now Yes, the Gram Sabha is the key factor in making the Gram Panchayat play its role and be responsible. So, it is the place where all plans for the work of the Gram Panchayat are placed before the people, and the Gram Sabha prevents the Gram Sabha prevents the Panchayat from doing wrong things like misusing money or favoring certain people. It plays an important role in keeping an eye on the elected representatives and in making them responsible to the persons who elected them. Yes, yes. Now, this is the role of Gram Sabha. Yes. Now, after this, we'll see the Gram Panchayat. So, the Gram Panchayat meets regularly, and one of its main tasks is to implement development programs for all villages that come under or the area comes under it. As we have seen, the work of Gram Panchayat has to be approved by the Gram Sabha. In some states, Gram Sabha form committees like Construction and Development Committee. So these committees include the member of Gram Sabha and some from the Gram Panchayat who work together to carry out specific tasks. Yes, now let's see. Yes, yes, friends, these stories you can read whenever you have idle time. I'm just covering the main topics, or yeah, it's page by page, but we'll just exclude the stories. Yes, the work of a Gram Panchayat includes the construction and maintenance of water sources, roads, drainage, school, buildings, and other common property resources. Then, laying and collecting local taxes, executing government schemes relating to generating employment in the village, sources of funds for the panchayat like collection of taxes on houses, marketplaces, etc. Government scheme funds received through various departments of the government, through the Janpad and Jilla Panchayats, and donations from for community works, etc. Yes, the sources of fund for the panchayat or gram panchayat like collection of taxes on houses, marketplaces, government schemes or government scheme funds received through various departments of the government through the Janpad, that is Janpad and Jilla Panchayats, and donations from community works. Yes. Yes, work of Gram Panchayat. Then fund sources we have covered, and in this part we covered the Gram Panchayat meets regularly, and on it, and one of its main tasks to implement development programs for villages or the area under its. Yes. And also in some state gram sabhas forms committees like construction and development committees. Yes, here is the picture. Yes friend, these are the two village punts from Maharashtra who were awarded the Nirmal Gram Puraskar in 2005 for the excellence work done by them in Panchayat. Yes. Now, after this, the gram. So, in some states, just we are continuing with the last page, that is, in some states, Gram Sabha form committees like construction and development committees, and these committees include some members of the Gram Sabha and some from the Gram Panchayat who work together to carry out specific tasks. Yes. Now, specific task for completing this work, the members agreed and the secretary recorded their decision. Yes. Then the members then went on to discuss the options for long-term solution, and they were sure that the Gram Sabha members would ask questions at the next meeting. Yes, some punch asked whether the watershed program would make sustainable differences to the water level. A lot of discussion followed. In the end, it was decided. Yes, this is the part of story itself. Now, after that, we'll see three levels of panchayats. Yes, after reading about the happened in the Gram Panchayat, we'll see the Gram Panchayat. So Panchayat Raj system is a process through which people participate in their own government. In rural areas, the Gram Panchayat is the first tier or level of democratic government. The Panch and the Gram Panchayats are answerable to the Gram Sabha because it is the members of the Gram Sabha who elected them. Then, this idea of people's participation in Panchayati Raj system extended to other levels. One is block level, which is called the Janpad Panchayat or the Panchayat Samiti. Yes, the Panchayat Samiti has many Gram Panchayats under it. So, about the Panchayat Samiti is the district Panchayat or Zila Parishad. Yes. So the Jila Parishad actually makes developmental plan at the district level. With the help of Panchayat Samitis, it also regulates the money distribution among all the Gram Panchayats. So within the guidelines given in the constitution, each state in the country has its own laws with regard to Panchayats. So the idea is to provide more and more space for people to participate and raise their voices. Yes. Now, we have studied three levels of panchayats, that is Gram Panchayat, then Janpad or Panchayat Samiti, this is at block level, and after that Zila Parishad or District Panchayat. Yes, friends. Yes. ZP's Jila Parishad actually makes developmental plans. Yes. Now, the Jila Parishad actually makes developmental plans at the district level, and with the help of Panchayat Samiti, it also regulates money distribution among the all Gram Panchayats. Yes, here is the Gram Panchayats. Yes, guys, we have to read NCERT carefully because there are a number of students, even after preparing for exams like 1 year or 2 years, they don't have idea about Panchayati Raj system because they are not reading the NCERT books carefully. So now today I'm giving you complete page to page coverage of the NCERT book. Yes. So in this chapter we have studied about after the elections, the elected members, how they will work. Yes. So we have covered Gram Sabha, like this is a meeting of all adults who live in the area covered by Panchayat. Yes. Then all villages, which means who is 18 years old or more and who has the right to vote is a member of the Gram Sabha. Then we have covered the structure of village panchayat. Like panchayat is divided into wards and each ward elects a representative who is known as ward members. And then all the members of the Gram Sabha also elect a sarpanch, and in some states ward members elected their leader as a sarpanch. And then the Gram Panchayat has secretary who is also secretary of the Gram Sabha, and the secretary is responsible for the calling the meeting of the Gram Sabha and Gram Panchayat and keeping record of the proceedings. Yes. Now, then after the structure of Gram Panchayat, we have covered role of Gram Sabha. So basically, Gram Sabha is the important factor, or we can say the event where all villages come together and they are discussing the works and progress of the Gram Panchayat. Yes. Now, yes friends, after the role of Gram Sabha, we have covered work of Gram Panchayat. Yes, how they works and the fund sources, like sources of funds for the Gram Panchayat. And then we have studied three level of panchayats. Like at the village level, Gram Panchayat is there. Then block level, Janpad or Panchayat Samiti. And at the district level, Jila Parishad or District Panchayat. Yes, before that, just have a look. The completing, yes, watershed management has transformed this barren slope to a green meadow in just 2 years. Now see how people of or villages work together for the watershed program. And as we know, there are schemes like Manrega, they are providing employment and also completing work in the at the village level. Yes. See the difference between these two, the same places, like before the watershed management, the area looks like, and after the watershed management, so this is the common efforts by the villages. So basically the reason behind explaining this, because at the village level, Gram Panchayat role is important for the overall development, inclusive development of the village. Now, after this, we'll see rural administration. Yes. So, there are more than 6 lakh villages in India taking care of their needs for water, electricity, road connections. Yes, and it is not small task. So, yes. So the land records have to be maintained and conflicts to need to be dealt with. A large machinery is in place to deal with all this. So in this chapter, we'll see the work of two rural administrative offices in some detail. Yes, then here is the story like a quarrel in village. Just read the story whenever you have time. Now, yes. Now, in the rural administration area of the police station. Yes. So the work at the police station. Yes, in this story you can read the area of the police station. Yes, every police station has an area that comes under its control. All persons in that area can report cases or inform the police about any theft, accident, injury, fight, etc. It is the responsibility of the police of that station to inquire, to investigate, and take action on the cases within its area. Yes. Now, the work at the police station. Yes. So there is the you can read the story that is the work at the workstation done. Sorry, work at the police station. Now, after that, maintenance of land records. Yes. Yes. Measuring land and keeping land records is the main work of the patwari. Yes, measuring land and keeping land records is the main work of the patwari. The patwari is known by different names in different states. In some villages, such offices are called Lekpal. In other, Kangus or Karmachari or village officer, etc. So, each patwari is responsible for a group of villages and the patwari maintains and update the records of the village. Yes, the map and corresponding details Yes, the map and the corresponding details from the register are a small part of the records kept by Patwari. Now, the Patwari usually has ways to measuring agriculture fields. In some places, a long chain is used. In the above, yes, the Patwari is also responsible for the organizing the collection of land revenue from the farmers and providing information to the government about the crops grown in this area. So this is done from the records that are kept, and this is why it's important for the Patwari to regularly update this. And farmers may change the uh, crops grown on their fields, or someone may dig a well somewhere. Yes. Now, yes, this is the pictorial information regarding the Patwari record, where they mention like area in hectare. It is rented to some other farmer, their name and rent received, area cultivated, crop grown area, second crop grown, area not cultivated, fallow land and facilities. Yes. Now, the sketch map. Yes. Map of the village. Yes. So, the Patwari is also responsible for organizing the collection of the land revenue from the farmers. Yes, and the farmers and providing information to the government about the crops grown in the area, and this is done from the records that are kept, and this is why it's important for the Patwari to regularly update this. Farmers may change the crop grown on their fields, or someone may dig a well somewhere. Yes, and keeping track of all this is the work of the revenue department of the government, and senior people in the department supervise the Patwari's work. Yes. Now, all states in India, all states in India are divided into districts. For managing matters relating to land, these districts further subdivided. So, these subdivisions of a district are known by different names such as Tehsil, Taluka, etc. So, at the head is the district collector, and under her are revenue officers, also known as tehsildars. So, they have to hear disputes. They also supervise the work of the patwaris and ensure that records are properly kept and land revenue is collected. They make sure that the farmers can easily obtain a copy of their record. Yes, and students can obtain. Yes, student can obtain their caste certificate, etc. So the Tahsildar's office is where land disputes are heard. Yes. Yes, now here we'll see the details related with the revenue department. Yes, farmers often require a copy of their land's record together with a map, as shown in the earlier slide. Now, they have right to this information and they may have to pay a small fee for this. However, this information is not easily made available and farmers sometimes have to face many problems to get it. In some states, records are now being computerized and also kept at panchayat office so that they are more easily available and regularly updated. Now, when do you think farmers may require copy of this record? Study the following situations. Yes. Now the case is like a farmer wants to buy a plot of land from another. A farmer wants to sell his or her produce to another. A farmer wants a loan from the bank to dig a well in his or her land. And a farmer wants to purchase fertilizers for his field. Farmer wants to divide his property among his children. Yes. Now, yes, now we'll see a new law. After this information, now we'll see new law. So, often when we think of a farmer, or often when we think of farmers who own land, we think of men. Yes, Hindu Succession Amendment Act 2005. So, often when we think of farmers who own land, we think of men. Women are seen as people who work on the fields, but not as people who own agricultural land. So, till recently, in some states, Hindu women did not get share in the family's agricultural land. After the death of the father, yes, his property was divided equally only among his sons. Now, recently, the law was changed in the new law sons in the new law, sons, daughters, and their mothers in Hindu families can get an equal share in the land. Yes. The same law will apply to all states and union territories of the country. So this law will benefit a large number of women. For example, yes, for example, Sudha is the eldest daughter. Sorry, just give me a minute, friends. Yes. So now we'll see the example. Just give me a moment. Yes. For example, Sudha is the eldest daughter of an agricultural family and she is married and lives in neighboring village. After her father's death, Sudha often comes to help her mother with the farming work, and her mother has asked the Patwari to transfer the land and enter her name along with the names of all the children in his record. So Sudha's mother confidently organizes the farming with the help of the younger brother and sister. Similarly, Sudha also lives with the assurance that if she ever has a problem, she can always depend upon her share of the land. Yes. Now, so in this chapter, we have studied like some of the administrative work of the government, especially for rural areas. The first example related to maintaining law and order, yes, by the police station. Then second law is maintaining land records. In the first case, examined the role of police, and in the second, that of the Patwari. So this work supervised by other people in the department such as Tehsildar or the Superintendent of Police. So we have also seen how people use these services and some of the problems, and they some of the problems that they face. So these services have to be used and made to function according to the laws and that have been framed from for them. So we have to probably see many other public services and facilities provided by various departments of the government. Yes. So list of the public services in village area such as the milk society, the fair price shop, the bank, the police station, the agricultural society for, yes, the agricultural society for seeds and fertilizer, the post office or sub post office, the Anganwadi, right, government schools, health center or government hospital, etc. Yes. So here, So in this chapter, we have covered rural administration. Yes, there are. So in India, there are more than 6 lakh villages, and they need water, electricity, and road connectivity. Now, at the village level, public services like police stations are maintaining law and order. Then, the work of the police station to register complaint and investigation. Then, maintenance of land records, that is work of patwari and duties of patwari. Yes. Then, the other departments like the higher departments like tehsil and district, like tehsildar at the tehsil level and district magistrate at district level. Then we have studied about a new law, that is Hindu Succession Amendment Act 2005, where distribution of land to daughters. Yes. And then we have to know about the public services at village level. Yes, now after that, now we'll see the urban administration. Yes, a city is much bigger than a village and more spread out. So a city has crowded markets, many buses and cars, water and electricity facilities, traffic control, and hospitals. Yes. Now we'll see the urban administration. Now, the ward councillor and administrative staff. Yes. So, municipal corporation, or municipal councils. Yes. Yes, friends, now we'll see in the next chapter, that is urban administration. So, the city is divided into different wards and ward councillors get elected. Yes, like we have studied in the rural areas, divided into wards, and they elected punch or ward members. Now, the city is divided into different wards and ward councillors get elected. The complicated decisions that affect the entire city are taken by groups of councillors who form committees to decide and debate issues. For example, if bus stands need to be improved or a crowded marketplace need to have its garbage cleared more regularly, or there is a nala or drain that cuts through the city that needs cleaning, etc. So it is this communities for water, garbage. Yes, there are committees for water, garbage collection, street lighting, etc. that decide on the work to be done. Now, when the problems are within a ward, then the people who live in the ward can contact their councillors. For example, if there are dangerous electricity wires hanging down, then the local councillor can help them get in touch with the electricity authority. While the councillors committee and the councillors decided on issues, The commissioner and the administrative staff implement this. Yes, councillors committees and the councillor decide on issues, and the commissioner and the administrative staff implement this. So the commissioner and the administrative staff are appointed and councillors are elected. Yes. Now, now we'll see how does the municipal corporation get its money. Yes, providing and running so many services requires a lot of money. The municipal corporation collects this in different ways. A tax is a sum of money that people pay to the government for the services the government provides. Yes, people who own homes have to pay a property tax as well as taxes for water and other services. The larger the house, the more the tax. Property taxes, however, form only 25 to 30% of the money that a municipal corporation earns. Now, there are also taxes for education and other amenities. Yes, for example, a owner of hotel or shop, they have to pay taxes. Yes, so municipal corporation collecting the corporate, yes, property tax. Now, here we studied the city divided into wards, then ward councillors, then there are councillors committees, and there is commissioner and administrative staff to implement all work. Yes, now there is a story is explaining a number of points related with the councillors and administrative roles. Now after that we'll see a community protest. Yes, this is also the part of story. Now here we'll see the city of Surat had a plague scare in 1994. So Surat was one of the dirtiest cities in India. Houses, hotels, and restaurants would dump their garbage into the nearest drain or street, which made it difficult for sweepers to collect and transfer the garbage into selected dumps. In addition to this, the municipal corporation did not collect the garbage as often as it should have, and this led to the situation getting worse. Plague spreads through the air, and people who have disease have to be isolated. In Surat, several people lost their lives and over 3 lakhs deserted in this city. The scare of the plague ensured that the municipal corporation completely cleaned up the city, and Surat continues to remain one of the cleanest cities in India. Yes, this is the example and role of the municipal corporations. Yes. Now, yes, friends. Now, here is the urban administration, what we have studied in this. So, basically, urban, that is cities, has crowded markets, many buses, cars, waters, and electricity facilities. So, in city, we need infrastructure or basic things in large number and massive scale. Now, the ward counselor and administrative staff. Yes, we have studied like the city is divided into city wards, and the the people residing in wards elected ward councillors, and there are number of councillor committees to handle different works. Yes, in the municipal corporation there is administrative wing where the head is the commissioner, and the administrative staff, they are performing their duties. So basically, the councillors and councillors committee decides on issues, and the commissioner and the administrative staff implemented this. Yes. Then there is a story of community protest. Please read when you will get time. Now, then role of municipality corporation to keep city clean, and also people's participation. Yes, it's all about urban administration. Now, in the next unit, we'll see or we'll study livelihoods. Yes, friends. Now, next unit is talking about livelihoods. Yes. Now we'll study rural livelihoods. In first chapter, we looked at many kinds of diversity in our lives, and we also explored how living different regions has an effect on the work people do, the kinds of plants, trees, crops, or things that become important to them. So, in this chapter, we'll look at the different ways in which people earn their living in villages, and here too, as in the yes, in these first two chapters, we'll study people have equal opportunities to earn a living, and we'll look at the similarities in their life situations and the problems that they face. Yes, rural livelihood. Yes. Now, we'll see Kalpattu village. Kalpattu is a village that is close to the sea coast in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu. People here do many kinds of work as in other villages. Here too, there is non-farm work of such as making baskets, utensils, pots, bricks, bullock carts, etc. There are people who provide services such as blacksmiths, nurses, teachers, washermen, weavers, barbers, cycle repair mechanics, and so on. So there are some shopkeepers and traders in the main street, which looks like a bazaar. So we will find a variety of small shops such as tea shops, grocery shops, barber shops, cloth shop, a tailor, and two fertilizer and seed shop. There are four tea shops which sell tiffin such as idli, dosa, upma. Yes, in the morning, upma in the morning. Right, just I'm repeating. There are four tea shops which sell tiffin such as idli, dosa, and upma in the morning, and snacks like vadai, bonda, and masupak in the evening. So, just I'm reading where we have to understand the rural livelihood. So near the tea shop, the corner lives blacksmith family who home serves as their workshop. Next to their home is a cycle hire and repair shop. The two families earn living by washing clothes. There are some people who go to the nearby town to work as construction workers and lorry drivers. The village is surrounded by low hills. Paddy is the main crop that is grown in irrigated lands. Most of the families earn a living through agriculture. So there are some coconut groves around cotton, sugarcane, and plantain are also grown, and there are mango orchards. Let us now meet some people who work in the fields in Kalpattu and see what we can learn about farming forms them. Yes, see the activities in the villages here. Transplanting paddy is backbreaking work. Now, now read the story. Yes. Yes, this diagram is showing like months and the work, like in June, preparing saplings, June, August, transplanting, August, September, weeding, October, no work, November, harvesting, November, December, harvesting, and there is blank space, so there is no work during remaining months. Now, yes, so it's a yes, so the poor families in rural areas often spend a lot of time every day collecting firewood, getting water, and grazing their cattle. Now, even though they do not earn any money from these activities, they have to do them for the household. So, the family needs to spend time doing this as they are not able to survive on the little money they earn. So, nearly two-fifths of all rural families are agricultural laborers in our country. Nearly two-fifths of all rural families are agricultural laborers in our country. So, there are some who have small plots of land while others others are landless. So, not being able to earn money throughout the year forces people in many rural areas to travel long distance in search of work. So, this travel or migration takes place during particular seasons. Yes. Then again, there is story of sacred. Now, so where he or his family member have a hybrid cow whose milk sell in the local milk cooperative, and this way they get a little extra money for their everyday needs. Yeah, there is one story. Now, so the farmers need to borrow money to purchase basic things like seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides. So often they borrow this money from money lenders. If the seeds are not of good quality or pests attack their crop, then there can be a major crop failure. Yes, yes. Just have a recap what we have studied in this chapter. So we'll discuss. Yes. So not able to earn money throughout the year forces people in many rural areas to travel long distances in search of work. So this travel and or migration takes place during particular season. So it's a seasonal migration. Then there is example of extra income to red hybrid cow like milk too after selling milk to the milk cooperative. Yes, so now after that on being debit. So the farmers, they borrow money from money lenders. Yes. Now, like we have studied that poor families and their income sources, normally most of the time they are doing like collecting firewoods, getting water and grazing their cattle. So they do not have work throughout the year. Now, two-fifths of all rural families are agricultural laborers in our country. Like they have small plots of lands while others like or some of them like landless. Now, for the in search of regular work or seasonal work, they are traveling to different places for searching work, which is known as seasonal migration. Yes, so during the particular season, they are not living in their villages. So during the work time, they are staying at their villages. Yes, now. Then, like due to shortage of income or income sources, like people or farmers living in villages, they are lending money or borrow money to purchase their basic things like seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides. So they borrow this money. Often they borrow this money from money lenders, and if the seeds are not of good quality or pest attack their crop, there can be a major crop failure. Yes. Now then, the crops can also be ruined in the monsoon does not bring enough rain. When this happens, farmers sometimes are unable to pay back their loans, and for the family to survive, they may even have to borrow more money. Soon, the loan becomes so large that no matter what they earn, they are unable to repay. Yes, so this is when we can say they are caught in debt. In recent years, this has become a major cause distress among farmers, and in some areas that has also resulted in many farmers committing suicides. Yes. Now, so after the yes, So the crops can also ruined if the monsoon does not bring enough rain. So when this happens, farmers sometimes are unable to pay back their loans. Yes, unable to pay back their loans, and for the family to survive, they have to borrow more money. Yes, now, so what happened? Ultimately, there is a lot of, or yes, so we have studied like crop failure, then farmers unable to pay back, and for the survival of their family, again they are borrowing money from moneylenders. So ultimately, they are like they caught in debate due to this events, and ultimately all this distress leading into or resulted in many farmers committing suicides. Right now, after that, now second case, a few families in the villages, in addition to land, they like for example in this story, a person or family addition to land owns a rice mill and a shop selling seeds, pesticides. So for the rice mill, they use some of their own money and also borrowed from the government bank. So they buy paddy from within the village and from surrounding villages. The rice that is produced in the mill is sold to traders in nearby towns. This gives them substantial income. Yes, now there are farmers in the village and there are also traders. Yes, so here is the example of a rice mill, how it works, and the family earns extra money. Yes, now, yes, this will study this case study later on. Now, agriculture laborers and farmers in India. We'll see the next topic. So, as we have, there is just read the story whenever you will get time. I'll just refer few points. So, in Kalapattu village, there are agricultural laborers and small farmers and also big farmers. So, in India, yes. So, in India, we have like agricultural laborers, small farmers, then big farmers. In India, nearly 2 out of every 5 rural families are agricultural laborer families. All of them depend on the work they do on other people's field and to earn a living. Yes, many of them are landless and others may own very small plots of land. Yes. Now, in the case of small farmers, their land is barely enough to meet their needs. In India, 80% farmers, yes, 80% farmers belongs to this group. Yes. Yes. So 80% farmers belonging to this group, that is small farmers. Only 20% of India's farmers are like, or they are big farmers. Yes. Now, these large farmers cultivate most of the land in the villages. A large part of their produce is sold in the market. Many of them have started their businesses such as shops, money lending, trading, and small factories. Yes. Now we'll see the cycle, how it will work in villages. Yes. So in India, 80% of farmers belonging to the small, or they're having a few or limited land. Yes, that is, which is known as small farmers. So in India, there are 80% are small farmers and 20% are large farmers. Yes, large or big farmers. Now, those are the large farmers. Yes, cultivate most of the land in the villages, and they started their businesses like money lending, shops, trading, or small factories. Now, apart from farming, many people in rural areas depend upon collection from the forest, animal husbandry, dairy produce, fishing, etc. Yes. Now, Central India, both farming and collection from the forest. Okay. In some villages in central India, both farming and collection from the forest are important sources of livelihood. Collect, Collecting mawa, tendu leaves, honey to be sold to traders is an important source of additional income. Yes. Now, similarly, selling milk to the village cooperative society or taking milk to nearby town may be the main source of livelihood for some families. Yes. Sorry. Excuse me, friends. Now, Yes, now selling milk to the village cooperative society or taking milk to the nearby town may be the main source of livelihood for some families. In the coastal areas, fishing we find fishing villages. Yes, let us find out more about the lives of fishing family by reading the story. You can read the story regarding the fishing family. Yes. Now, after that, we'll see the rural livelihood. People in rural areas earn their yes, people in rural areas earn their living in various ways. Some work on farms while others earn their living on non-farm activities. Working on farm involves operations such as preparing the land, sowing, weeding, harvesting of crops. We depend on nature for the growth of these crops. Hence, life revolves around certain seasons. People are busy during sowing and harvesting and less so at other times. Rural people in different regions of the country grow different crops. However, we do find similarities in their life situations and in problems that they face. So, how people are able to survive or earn will depend upon the land that they cultivate. Now, many depend on these lands for work as laborers. Most farmers grow crops both for their own requirement and also to sell in the market. Some have to sell to traders from whom they have borrowed money for their survival. Many families need to borrow money for their work when no work is available. Yes, so there are some families in rural areas which thrive on large acres of lands, business, and other activities. However, most small farmers, agricultural laborers, fishing families, craft persons in the villages do not find enough work to keep them employed throughout the year. Yes. Now, yes, we have covered the rural livelihoods. Yes. Yes. So, we have covered rural livelihoods. Now, just give me your friends. Yes, friends. Now we'll continue with the yes. So we have completed rural livelihood. Before that, now we have to just see one like terrace farming in Nagaland. Yes. So this is a village called Chizami, which is in Fake district in Nagaland. So the people of this village belong to the Chakseng, Chakseng community. They do terrace cultivation. Yes. So this means that the land on a hill slope is made to or which is made into flat plots and carved out in steps. So the sides of each plot are raised in order to retain water. This allows water to stand in the field, which is best for rice cultivation. Yes, the people of Chizami have their own individual fields, but they also work collectively in each other's field. They form groups of 6 or 8 and take an entire mountainside to clean the weeds on it. Yes. Now, just give me a moment, friends. Yes, there are few doubts. Yes, so the people of Chizami have their own individual fields, but they also work collectively in each other's field. They form groups of 6 or 8 take an entire mountainside to clean the weeds on it. So each group eats together. Once their work for the day is over, this goes for several days until the work is completed. So the example of terrace farming in Nagaland. So the terrace farming means the land on a hill slope is made into flat plots and carved out in steps, and the sides of each plot are raised in order to retain water, and this allows water to stand in the field, which is best for rice cultivation. Yes, you can write this point in the definition like terrace farming. Now, yes, so through the story you can read these stories as well. So rural livelihood. Yes. Now there are yes, just give me a moment. So there are laborers, small farmers or large farmers are living in the villages. Yes. Now, like in the villages, poor families often spend a lot of time of every day to collecting firewood, getting water and grazing their cattle. Now, for their, yes, now the labors, nearly two-fifths of all rural families are agricultural laborers in our country. So there are some who have small plots of land while others are landless. Now, those laborers are migrating for their works like seasonal migration. Yes, normally those farmers are not able to fulfill their needs. They base or for survival, they lending or borrowing money from money lenders, and in case of crop failure, they unable to pay back that loan, and again for the survival, they borrowing money from money lenders. So ultimately, they are distressed or they are facing issue of loan. Yes. Now, and this will resulted in resulting in many farmers committing suicides due to these loans. Now, there are other large farmers in the village. They are doing their trading and businesses. So basically, laborers, small farmers, and big farmers in the villages. So the 80% of total population are small farmers normally, and 20% are big farmers. So they are conducting their businesses like shops. They're doing money lending, trading, or small factories. Yes. Then we have covered terrace farming. What is meant by terrace farming? And we have seen example of terrace farming in Nagaland. Yes. How rural population of people depending for additional income on milk production and also fishery. Yes. So here is the conclusion. So people in rural areas earn their livelihood or earn their living in various ways. Some work on farms, yes, while others earn their living on non-farm activities as well. Yes. Now, working on farms involves operations such as preparing the land, sowing, weeding, and harvesting of crops. Yes, we depend on nature for the growth of these crops. Hence, life revolves around certain seasons. People people are busy during sowing and harvesting and less so at other times. So, rural people in different regions of the country grow different crops. However, we do find similarities in their life situations and in the problems that they face. So, how people are able to survive or earn will depend upon the land that they cultivate. Yes, many people on these lands for work as laborers. Most farmers grow crops both for their own requirements and also to sell in the market. Some have to sell to traders from whom they have borrowed money. Yes, for their survival, many families need to borrow money for their work or when no work is available. So, there are some families in rural areas which thrive on large acres of lands, businesses, and other activities. So, however, most small farmers, agriculture laborers, fishing families, craft persons in the villages do not find enough work to keep them employed throughout the year. Yes. Now, after the rural livelihood, we'll see urban livelihoods. Yes. Yes, there are more than 5,000 towns and 27 big cities in India. Yes, big cities like Chennai, Mumbai, Delhi, Kolkata, and many more have more than a million people living and working here. They say that the city never sleeps. Let's visit one and find out about the work people do in the city. Are they employed by someone or are they self employed? How do they organize themselves? And do they have similar employment and earning opportunities? Now, so there is one story working on the street. Just read when you will get time. Now, yes, the story is about rickshaw puller as well. After that, so now, yes, so a large number of people in the city work on the streets. Yes, so in survey of Ahmedabad city, it was found that 12% of all workers in the city were people working on the streets. They sometimes sell things or repair them or provide service. Yes, they work on their own. They work, yes, they are not employed by anyone and therefore have to organize their own work. They have to plan how much to purchase as well as where and how to set up their shops. Their shops are usually temporary structures, sometimes just some boards, sorry, or papers spread over discarded boxes, or maybe canvas sheet hung on a few poles. So they may also use their own cards or simply a plastic sheet spread on the pavement, so they can be asked to dismantle their shops at any time by the police or local authorities. They have no security. There are certain parts of the city where these hawkers are not allowed to enter. Yes, now vendors sell things that are often prepared at home by their families. Yes, by their families who purchase, clean, sort, and make them ready to sell. For example, those who sell food or snacks on the street prepare most of these at home. Yes, now. So there are almost 1 crore street vendors in the country working in urban areas. So street vending was till recently looked upon only as an obstruction to traffic and to people walking. However, with the effort of many organizations, it is now recognized as a general benefit and as a right of people to earn their livelihood. So the government is thinking about modifying the law that bans street vendors so that they have a place to work and that there is also a free flow of traffic and people. So, hawking zones have been suggested for towns and cities. So, it has also been suggested that mobile vendors should be allowed to move around freely. Hawkers need to be part of community. Sorry, hawkers need to be part of committees that they are set up to take these and other decisions relating to them. Now, in the market, when we, yes, then there is a story. Yes, this is the story you can read when you will get time. Yes, just I'm covering important topics if needed. Yes, now these are the, just give me a moment, friends. Yes, so the normally the people working in factories. Yes, here is the example of a tailor in export garment unit. Yes, so they talked about this tailor had to work very long hours in the months from December to April. A normal working day begins 9 a.m. to finishes only by 10 p.m. This is the example mentioned in the story in urban livelihood. Yes, so sometimes even later. Yes, they have to work for 6 days a week. Yes, and at times when the work needs to be done urgently, they works on Sundays too. Yes. So this is also seasonal work we can say. So the casual basis. So casual employment we can say. Now, yes, the people are employed when the employer gets large orders during the certain season, and other times of the year they have to find some other work, which is casual work. Then, so such jobs are not permanent if workers, yes, then they mention everything in the stories. Then here is the picture working in call centers in new form of employment in big cities. So call center is centralized office that deals with problems and questions that consumers or customers have regarding goods purchased and services like banking, ticket booking, etc. Now, after that, the story related with the office area work. Yes. So, this is about urban livelihoods. So, urban livelihoods, where now we'll study so the livelihood, urban livelihood, like working on the streets. Yes. So, working on the streets here, just like rickshaw puller, vegetable vendors, yes, vegetable vendors. Then we have learned about learned about this street earning or working on the street. Yes. Now, next is working in the market. Yes. So, shops selling sweets, toys, sorry, clothes, footwear, utensils, electronic goods, etc. And also medical or health facilities like dentists. So working on the street, working in the markets. Then example of business persons. Yes. Then after that, through selling goods through big showrooms. After the business persons, then in the factory or workshop areas. Yes. Now, then in the office area. Now, yes, now after that there is example given like employment in the office area or work in the office area. So in this story they talked about marketing managers. Yes, woman works as a marketing manager. So yes, yes, there is an example of manufacturer of biscuits. Just read that story, how it works, the urban livelihood. And then, so in these offices or this type of works, they're getting regular salary every month and is a permanent worker. Yes, so these people are permanent worker with the company. Yes, in this story, the woman, she can expect her job to continue for a long period of time. Being a permanent worker, she also gets other benefits such as the following, like savings for old age. A part of her salary is kept in fund with the government, so she will earn interest on these savings. When she retires from this job, she'll get this money and she can then live on that. Then holidays. Yes, in this story, the woman, she gets off on Sundays and national holidays. She also gets some days as annual leave. Medical facilities for her family. Yes, her company pays the medical expenses up to a certain amount for her and her family members. She gets medical leave if she falls ill, and her salary is not cut if she takes this leave. Now, there are many workers in the city who work in offices, factories, and government departments where they are employed as regular and permanent workers. Then they attend the same office or factory regularly. Their work is clearly identified. They get a regular salary. Unlike casual workers, they'll not be asked to leave if the factory does not have much work. At the end, yes. So many people do so many things in the city. So here we can say the people, they have probably never met each other, but it is their work that is ties them together and helps to make up city life. So now we'll just recap what we have studied in this chapter. Yes, urban livelihood. Yes, friends. So the people working on the street, so there is no any security or any facilities we can say, or security of employment. After that, in the market, like shopkeepers, workers, then business persons in the market, and then in the factory or workshop areas as a casual workers, and also there are people working as a daily wages labor or worker. Yes, and after that, in the office area, like we have discussed about one of the marketing manager and her story. And then, like, if we are talking about, there are many workers in the city who work in offices, factories, and government departments. Yes, where they are employed as regular and permanent workers. Yes, so casual work and regular work. These are the types in urban livelihood. Yes, so that's it about this class 6th NCERT. Now just have a recap what we have covered in this marathon part 1. Yes, friends, we have covered diversity, that is understanding diversity and discrimination. Then, what is government and key elements of a democratic government? Then, local government and administration, Panchayati Raj system, rural administration, urban administration. Then, we have discussed livelihoods, that is rural livelihoods and urban livelihoods. Yes, so in diversity we have covered understanding diversity with the example of two states or two places. Yes, as we are, yes, we have probably eaten different kinds of foods in our homes. Yes, celebrating different festivals. Yes, then diversity in India, like India is a country of many diversities. We speak different languages, have various types of food, celebrate different festivals, practice different religions. But actually, if we think about it, we are living in different way with a unique idea. Yes. So then we have seen like diversity, explanation of diversity. Then the example of Ladakh and Kerala, like diversity of region, historical, geographical influence. Then form of businesses in Ladakh. Then like from the region from mountain hills, and after that the region that is Kerala, which is surrounded by the sea on one side and hills on the other side. Then we have studied about the trades like spices and the traders like businesses in both places like Ladakh and Kerala. So it's a unity in diversity. We have studied unity in diversity. Then yes, the Nehru who coined the phrase unity in diversity to describe our country. Yes. So songs and symbols that emerged during the freedom struggle serves as a constant reminder of country's rich tradition of respect for our diversity. Respect for diversity. Yes. Then we have covered diversity and discrimination. Yes. Then prejudice. So prejudice means to judge other people negatively or see them as inferior. Then we have studied few points. Then creating stereotypes. Yes. Then inequality and discrimination. Then economic background is also responsible for the discrimination. Yes. Then we have studied about upper caste and untouchables. Yes. Please read the stories when you will get time. Yes, as we have covered overview of these stories. But if you are interested to read these stories, please read these stories when you will get time. Yes, in this chapter after that, we have covered striving for equality, where we have discussed Dalits, women's, tribals and peasants. They're fighting for their rights. Then equality. Yes. How everyone has equal rights and opportunities ensured by our parliament. Then ideals are enshrined in our constitution. So inequalities exist even today. So equality is a value that we have to keep striving for. Yes, equality is a value that we have to keep striving for and not something which will happen automatically. So people struggle and positive actions by the government are necessary to make this a reality for all Indians? Yes, then we have studied about government, what is government, why we need government, then levels of government. Yes, then laws and the government. So the government makes laws and everyone who lives in the country has to follow these laws. Then types of government: democracy, monarchy. The difference between these two we have covered. Then the democratic governments. Yes, just we have to cover this point as well, which I hope. So votes for women. Yes, nowhere in the world have governments willingly shared power. So all over Europe and USA, women and the poor have had to fight for participation in government. So women's struggle to vote got strengthened during the First World War, and this movement is called the women's suffrage movement, as the term suffrage usually means right to vote. Yes, right to vote. During the war, many men were away fighting, and because of this, women were called upon to do work that was earlier considered men's work, and many women began organizing and managing different kinds of work. So, when people saw this, they began to wonder why they had created so many unfair stereotypes about women and what they were capable of doing. So, women began to be seen as being equally capable of making decisions. Then, the suffragettes demanded the right to vote for all women, and to get their demands heard, they chained themselves to railing in public places. Many suffragettes were imprisoned and went on hunger strike, and they had to be fed by force. So, American women got the right to vote in 1920, while women in UK got to vote on the same terms as men some years later in 1928. Yes. So we just skip the story or historical underpinnings that for the votes for women. Yes, then we have covered democratic governments, how they works. Yes. After that, we have covered key elements of a democratic government. Yes, after what is government, we have covered key elements of a democratic government like people's participation, resolution of conflict, and equality and justice. Yes, then we have covered participation like by the communities, group of people. Then we have covered other ways of participating. Initially, we have covered about participation through election, and after that, other ways of participating like dharnas, rallies, strikes, signature campaigns. Then after that, we have covered need to resolve conflict in the society. Yes, then conflicts between two states over the water distribution of river. Then we have covered equality and justice. Yes, with the example of gender equality. So equality and justice are inseparable. Inseparable. Yes, then we have covered local government and administration. Yes, Panchayati Raj, how Gram Sabhas work. So the Gram Sabha is a meeting of all adults who live in the area covered by a panchayat. So then we have studied Gram Sabha, then meetings, then member of the Gram Sabha, village panchayat, so consisting of wards, then ward members, then sarpanch and gram panchayat secretary. Yes, after that we have covered role of gram sabha, then the gram panchayat. Yes, work of gram panchayat and source of funds for the panchayat or gram panchayat. Then how they completing their works with the people's participation. Then we have studied three levels of panchayats. So at village level, gram panchayat; at block level, janpad or panchayat samiti; and district level, jila parishad or district panchayat. Yes, this is in Panchayati Raj system. Three level of panchayats. And normally the basic work of Jila Parishad to make development plans at the district level, and after that Panchayat Samitis, it also regulates, and with the help of Panchayat Samitis it also regulates the money, that is money distribution, fund distribution among the all Gram Panchayats. Yes. After that, we have studied rural administration. Yes. In India, we have more than 6 lakh villages and they need water, electricity, road connectivity. Then we have studied the administration, including role of police, that is area of the police station and the work of the police station. Then maintenance of land records, where we have covered work of patwari, duties of patwari. Yes, the land record, village map. Then after that, the work of patwari supervised by tahsildar at the tahsil level and the district magistrate at the district level. Then we have studied Hindu Succession Amendment Act 2005. So law is described about distribution of land to daughters in Hindu families. Then public services in the villages we have covered. Then urban administration. Yes, then we have covered urban administration like ward councillors and administrative staff. So in city, the structure like wards and wards elected ward councillors and the municipality commissioner consisting of the commissioner and administrative staff. So the councillors committee and the councillors decide on issues and the commissioner and the administrative staff implement this developmental work in the city. Then we have studied a community protest. So you can read the story of this community protest when you will get time. Then role of municipal corporation into the overall cleaning and we can say how cleanest city or clean city campaign. Then we have covered livelihoods. Yes, rural livelihoods. Now then we have covered like poor families. There are poor families residing in villages, their income source. Then laborers are there. Seasonal migration we have covered. Activities for the extra income along with farming activities. Yes, then how farmers committing suicides due to the loan burdens. Then we have covered terrace farming. So the terrace farming means that the land on a hill slope is made into flat plots and carved out of steps. Yes, we have covered terrace farming with the example of Nagaland. Then agricultural laborers and farmers in India. So where we have set up like laborers, small farmers and large or big farmers. So approx we have 80% are small farmers and 20% big or large farmers. So they are large farmers, they are conducting their businesses at the village level, or they are doing business like money lending, they are running shops, trading or small factories. Then we have studied about example in central India for the additional income. They are doing activities like collecting mahua, tendu leaves, honey and to be sold to the traders. Then milk production as a complementary activity and also fishery. Yes, fishing business or fishing activity in villages. Those who are situated in coastal areas. Yes, so we have summarized them. Rural livelihoods, and after that we have covered urban livelihoods like working on the street. Yes, there are a number of workers they are doing on the street or street business. We can say hawkers. Then in the market like shops or small businesses. The means of that is urban livelihood. Yes, business persons in the market, and after that in the factory and workshop areas, casual work. Then in office area, yes, offices, factories, government departments on the basis like regular work. So in all these stories outlined, we have covered urban livelihood. So please keep studying. When you will get, yes, keep studying and revising. Please you can read story once before completing this NCERT. So friends, keep studying, keep learning. You can use code RBL Life for the subscription to get 10% discount, and you can join our Telegram group for daily updates to get on Telegram.